Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I have two books that I am reading this week, both of which I started reading last Friday, and I've made really great progress in both of them. And so I'm reading The Lost Continent by Bill Bryson. I am currently 114 pages into this, and A Sorceress Comes to Call by T. Kingfisher, and I am 201 pages into this book. So all in all, I would have basically read an entire book for the number of pages that I read since I last saw you all, which is great for me. I'm very happy. I have been enjoying both books. I would say if I had to pick which one I've enjoyed more so far, it's A Sorceress Comes to Call. I find this book it's so easy to read, and it's very captivating, and it's one of those where you just want to know what happens because shit just keeps hitting the fan, and I'm really liking it. Like, this is only my second T. Kingfisher book, and I was talking with Kat last night because we met to discuss The Wastelands for the Dark Tower read along, or not read along, sorry, buddy read that we're doing. And she told me that she really likes T. Kingfisher, and I was like, well, you definitely need to pick up this book because it was one of the Hugo Award nominees last year, and I definitely feel that it was worth it. So, yes. And as always, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, which is more likely than putting a fan on you, unless, I have somebody from the Southern Hemisphere that's hanging out with us tonight. It is really freaking cold and has not really let up that much since I last saw you all. We got dumped on really hard with some snow. Literally, today is the first day that I have gotten mail since Tuesday. So, yeah, it's just been pretty crazy. I have been having to go into work Tuesday through Thursday like normal. Friday's my work from home day. Monday I was allowed to stay home from work because the roads were so dangerous that the governor issued a warning for everybody, and it was like, yeah, if it's not an emergency, don't drive. So that was fun, but I still got out on it by Tuesday. And I also got a haircut yesterday, and I'm feeling very fresh and very clean. And Sir Francis has had his bread returned, so we're both feeling very dapper today. And don't we just make a very cute pair? I love him. So I'm going to go ahead and go on over to the comments and see who all is here and how everybody is doing. And Nicole was the first one in. Hi, Nicole. And she says, hi, Alex. No idea what I'm reading yet. And I just realized I forgot to put dinner in the slow cooker. No, I'm so sorry. I have had days like that before, too, when I was expecting to have a slow cooker meal and then I just didn't do it before I left for work. That is the worst feeling. So maybe you can, I don't know what you were going to make in the slow cooker, but you can get some Taco Bell or something to go. I'm so sorry. Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. You said, hello, Nicole, I see a frying pan and a little alien. And Jamie says, hello, Alex, and chat, hello to you, Jamie. Not sure what I'll be reading yet. Currently making myself a late lunch. I also had a very late lunch today. I got some Subway. Stina says, hello, Alex and Sir Francis in chat. Hi, Stina. I'm sorting through paperwork and maybe listening to whatever's due back at the library next. Awesome. Mary's here. Hi, Mary. Mary says, hello, folks. And Rob is here. Hi, Rob. And Rob says, Rob, I already said hello to you, but I'm going to say hello to you again. You said, picked up Cloud Cuckoo Land. Yes! Yes! From the library. Still reading The Black Tongue Thief. I'm way behind on that book. What's okay if you're behind, as long as you're enjoying it. I really hope that you enjoy Cloud Cuckoo Land. It was one of those books that was my kind of weird and my kind of heartfelt. So, and I feel like, generally speaking, we have pretty similar taste in books. So I'm just going to put it out there that you're going to like it. And Carmen says, hi, Alex. Hi, everyone. And hi, Carmen. And Heidi says, hello, Friday Night Lights. Hi, Heidi. Sub-Zero Edition. Yeah, no kidding. I'm almost done with The Great Hunt, Wheel of Time 2, and I started Planet of Exile 2, and Le Guin keeps surprising me. That's awesome. Nicole putting the B. And Mary says, I'm reading Discipline by Larissa Pham and The Last Wish by Sapkowski. Oh, nice. So you're reading a Witcher book. I read that one. And Tina says, good evening, everyone. And good evening to you, Tina. Happy Friday. I have a couple of tasks to wrap up for the week. You got this. And hello to Love Him. And were you, Angel? Angel, I think you said that was you last time, my friend. I think you said it was you. You said, hi, Alex. Hello, everyone. Hello, Sir Francis. And Anne is here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, hello. It is still very cold. It has not gotten above freezing in the past 2 weeks. Yeah, me neither. I have 50 pages left in The Wild Dark Shore by Charlotte McConaughey. It's very good. And Anne, I know the last time we talked, you were really scared about the storm and whether or not you all would lose power. Did you keep power, I hope? And you stayed at least reasonably warm? I had to turn the temperature down in the house because the amount of electricity that we're using to run the heat pump is just stupid. I was really disappointed because of how like warm for January the month started out before we got this cold snap, because my energy usage was so much better than last year. And then with this last week that we've had and then carrying through to the end of the year, my usage is basically going to be at or above my bill from last year, and my last year was the highest bill that I ever had. So I'm pretty frustrated about that. And Swank is here. Hi, Swank. Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy croissant day. Croissant. I love that. Sir Francis would love that. Anything bread related. Happy Friday, or happy fun at work day, and happy big wig day. I love that. Stina says, it gets cold at night here, but it's been getting into the 40s or 50s. Girl, I have been waking up to -6 with a real feel of -18. My poor car has been having a horrible time. He said last weekend was sub-zero in single digits, and we did get a dusting of snow each day, which is, I know that's a lot for the region that you live in. So, because you have to deal with really, really bad or really intense heat in the summertime. So I guess that's your trade-off, is you have gentler winters. I feel like we have pretty nice summers. And Eleanor's here. Hi, Eleanor. And Eleanor says, hey, Alex and chat. Good to see you. Rob says, 5 ants rented an apartment with another 5 ants. Now they're 10 ants. That's a cute one. That's cute. I like it. Did I ever tell you my joke of what's the difference between a hippo and a Zippo? One weighs 2 tons and the other's a little lighter. All right, so I'm going to give everybody their first question of the evening, and we're going to head into our first 45-minute sprint. And my first question for you all is going to be, would you rather never read a new release or never be able to reread a book? And I guess for this case, because you'll have to ask, like, what is a new release? I'll even extend it to this and say it's any book that came out within the last year. That would be considered new within the last year. And Eleanor says, I'm in Southern California and won't even mention the weather. No, it's beautiful there all year round. And Anne says, we lost power Sunday night until Monday afternoon. I'm so sorry. Everyone managed to stay in bed, but my back started hurting, so I got up. You poor thing. And Angela says, hi, Alex, and hi, chat. Hello. Where's Frank? I was just holding him, Angela. I promise. He was snugly in my lap. I just set him down momentarily. So Dark Sisters came today, so I guess I'll start in on it tonight. Awesome. Yeah, everybody's got a month because we're meeting on the 20... hang on. I thought it was the 26th. Yes, the 26th of February. And Tina says, LOL, good one. And Jamie says, those were both good jokes. And Ron is here. Hey, Ron, good to see you again. He says hello. And Jamie says, same here, Eleanor. All right, everybody, you have your question. Again, the stipulation is a new release is any book that came out within the last year. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I ended up getting with Keaton to make cinnamon rolls. So he put them in the oven and I did all the icing and everything. And then we sat and we ate our cinnamon rolls. So that took up a little bit of the time for that sprint. So I didn't read as much as I otherwise could have, but I did read 18 pages. So I'm now at page 218 in A Sorceress Comes to Call. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather never read a new release or never be able to reread a book? And Anne says, I can't spend the day in bed. That's understandable. I don't like spending the day in bed either. And Angela says, hi, Frank, to Sir Francis over here. Stina says, we're at high enough elevation that all this 100-degree Fahrenheit in the summer is new. And even 15 years ago, winters were way more snowy than they are now, even being in the Banana Belt. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that. And Anne says, do you know the joke about what snow stands for? I might have heard it at one point, but I don't remember. So you can tell me. You said, I would choose never reread a book. Heidi says, never reread. It is rare for me to reread, although I am doing it right now. And Nicole says, Rob, I love Cloud Cuckoo, so hope you enjoy hating it. No, because if you two flip-flop sometimes and I share opinions with him sometimes, then I feel like he'll at least think it's okay. And Stina says, I'm generally not much of a rereader, but I also have so many unread books that I don't need to reread I don't need to read new releases. Yeah, so I'm in a kind of a difficult boat with this question because either one, I guess, would be acceptable to me because when I get books, I take forever to read them. So I almost never read anything when it's new. Like the fact that we're reading The Dark Sisters right after it came out is a rarity for me. And I almost never reread anything. Like I can count on one hand the number of books that I've ever reread in my life, but I have an intention of rereading books in the future because the more 5 stars that I read, the more books that eventually I do want to return to. So I feel like I would be upset if like I experience those books and I know that I can't return to them if I wanted to at some point in the future. So I would have to pick just never being able to read a new release because that one seems easy. And Stina says, I guess I'll go with never being able to reread a book, though, because I belong to some book clubs that love to pick new releases. Okay, that makes sense. Angela says, I'd rather never read a new release because I never get to most of them for many years down the road anyway. Yeah, me too. Rob says, Nicole, I did the read at least one chapter thing and I couldn't put it down, but had to get back to Black Tongue. And Jamie says, I don't do much rereading, but I also don't rush for new releases. That said, I'm currently rereading The Count of Monte Cristo and having the best time. I'll go with never read a new release. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. And Nicole says, does that mean our relationship is one-sided, Rob? You said, I'd rather never be able to read a new release. Plenty of books written I've never read, and there's a few I'd like to reread. There you go. Stina says, I'm going to go get the Onion started for dinner and start listening to I'm starting to worry about the Black Box of Doom, or this Black Box of Doom. Great title. I have not heard great things about this book. Good title, potentially not great book. Rob says, Nicole, if you mean, are we going to get up to 4.5 books we like? Then maybe. If you like Pus and Rotting Corpses, you'll love Human Eggs. Said, I love new releases too much to give them up. Not rereading Kafka, Philip K. Dick, and HPL would be brutal. That's fair. Mary says, I'm fine with never reading a new release. There are more books waiting for me than being written. So true. Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, everyone. And Mary says hello to Melissa. And Eleanor says, I'd go with never reread a book so I could participate in new release book club selections. Very fair. And Heidi says, Rob, which Philip K. Dick is your favorite? And Rob says, Valis. And Dr. Blood Money is good too. And Blake is here. Hi, Blake. Good to see you. And Blake says, hi, Alex. Hi, everyone. I'm on my way home from work. I'm excited to join and get some reading in when I get home. Wonderful. I hope you have had a good day and a good week. Has your shop fared all right with all the crazy weather that we've been getting? Did you have to close any days this week? We had a lot of kids out of school multiple days this week because it was just so cold. But apparently now they do e-learning and days instead of snow days, so the kids still have to do work those days, which is kind of crazy. Like we didn't have to do that when I was a kid. And Kat says, I made it home from my dad's house a few minutes ago. I'm glad you made it, Kat. Filled 4 boxes with my mom's books. 2 boxes are going to Friends of the Library store next week, and 2 boxes I have to decide what I will keep and give away. Awesome. Or sell. Yeah, Kat, have you tried that, what is it, Pango app? I know we've had some people on here that have used it and had success with it, and I have not tried it at all. I haven't bought anything from it. I haven't tried to sell anything on it. I'm really curious about it, but also mildly skeptical. And Telkana's here. Hi, Telkana. And Rob is giving some love to Kat. Kat says, I finished reading The Blue Castle by Ellen Montgomery. 5 stars. It was awesome. Now I need to finish The Place Where They Buried My Heart by Christina Henry. I have to make a grocery list first. I'm really glad that you enjoyed Blue Castle, Kat. Said, howdy, Rob and Telkana, and hello, Alex and other friends in the chat. Hope everyone is keeping warm. Really trying. I got a little heater going right now, so if there's extra noise right now in the room, I pretty much always turn off the heater while I'm doing this part, but I'm just so freaking cold. Teresa says, hi all, I hardly ever read new releases anyway, so never read a new release. There you go. And also, Teresa, it's good to see you. Rob says, a cat currently 7 degrees Fahrenheit here now. Yeah, what is it? Hang on. It's feels like 3. Feels like 3. And Carmen says, never read a new release for me. And Crochet Mama says, I'm a big rereader, so my answer is easy. Awesome. And Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, oops, I'm late. No worries. Reading Night Watcher by Daphne Wollstonecraft, but first I need to catch up on the day's news. Alrighty. And Kat says, oh, Rob, our temps are going to drop here again this weekend, but nowhere near your temps. I'm just going to be lucky if we don't get any more snow, I feel like, because it's just been a lot. Kat says, the news is sad. Kirsten Catherine O'Hara died. Yeah, my mom texted me about that because she loved her as Moira on Schitt's Creek. And I also know, of course, she was the mom in Home Alone. Melissa says, if I had to choose between the two, I would choose never to read a new release. And Angela says, current temp is 11 degrees, low of 1 tonight with snow. We've had flurries all day. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Bubby came up, Barker dog. So I have to tell you all, I was extremely hesitant. Like I was so nervous because Keaton was like, you know what, we should take Barker to the groomer, which by the way, Barker is going to turn 7 in June and he has never been to a groomer because he has short hair. He doesn't have to be trimmed. Anytime we've done his nails, we've either done them at home or they've been done at the vet. You know, it's like he either has professional teeth cleanings or we would clean him at home or try to clean his ears. You know, like we would just take care of it all, give him baths at home, because he doesn't really need them all that often. But we were having some problems with getting his nails trimmed properly, and it got to the point where I had the clippers and I got two of his quicks, which is not something I've never done, and he bled. And I got really upset about it. Keaton, of course, was upset about it. Poor Barker. I mean, you could tell that it hurt him and just felt terrible. So Keaton was like, let's take him to the groomer. So we took him over to the Petco, and he is not a well-socialized dog. He's also terrified of everything. And so I thought as soon as he saw another dog, he'd freak out. If he saw another person, maybe he'd freak out. He was so well behaved. And we left him at the groomer, and apparently he just did phenomenal. And he's home, and his nails look great. His breath is fresh. You know, his coat smells wonderful. He's all fluffy and clean. And, had Keaton not decided that was a good idea, I probably never would have taken him. I just would have continued to try to do everything at home. So good on Keaton for that. Major success. And Kat says, I would rather never read a new release since I rarely ever do, but I love to reread my favorites from time to time. Kirsten says, catching up on the chat, I guess I would never read a new release because I like to wait for feedback to come in anyway. And then I can still reread the good ones, quality over quantity. Yeah, absolutely. Totally get that. Ron says, I feel like I could game this question, but I really not much of a rereader, so I'll take reading new releases. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex and everyone. I don't usually reread novels. Kat says, yum, cinnamon rolls. Yeah, I love cinnamon rolls. Heidi says, Rob, oh yes, I loved Dr. Blood Money. Eye in the Sky was really good too. Melissa says, didn't read during that sprint, trying to not fall asleep. That's okay if you fall asleep. It's Friday night. And Kat says, Frank's got his bread. That's right. Came back from the dry cleaners. He is just dapper and ready to go. Mary said, up to 72% of discipline. I'm going to stick with this and try to finish. Awesome. And Jamie says, yum, cinnamon rolls sound so good. We get the jumbo kind, and I love the big ones because they're always so much softer. Stina says, listen to the first 9% of I'm starting to worry about this black box of doom. It's an interesting premise, but it does need to actually go somewhere before I get bored. And Swank says, reread a book. And Tina says, I would rather not read a new release. I don't tend to get new releases often. I would like to reread some of my favorites. And Anne says, snow is shit nobody wants. Oh, so true. Well, no, I guess that's not true. Some people love snow, but there does come a point, even with people who love snow, where they're like, you know what? I think I'm ready for it to be over. And I'm one of those people that I'm not a big fan of snow. So, I mean, when it first happens, if you get a lot of snow, I will admit it's beautiful when everything's like that. You know, it's untouched. Nobody's walked through it yet, and it looks like a winter wonderland. It can be really beautiful until you have to walk outside and drive, and then it's not fun anymore. Jamie says, ate lunch and read a couple of chapters in Murder at the Vicarage. Nice. And Tina says, I finished my audiobook and put away the laundry. Very good job. Right before coming on the sprint, I loaded up and started the dishwasher, and Keaton's currently working on our sheets. And Lauren said, hi all, never reread because I enjoy my nonfiction to be up to date and relevant. I'm assuming new release is within last 12 months. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. So very nice. And also good to see you. And Stina says, oh, wait, I'm rereading the Christie oeuvre. Got to be able to do that. Guess I'll skip the new release of book club discussions. And William's here. Hi, William. William says, there are a few new releases that appeal to me anyway. No more mass market paperback thrillers, dad adventure books. Cartier Mama says, or Mima says, Jamie, reading The Count for the third time, best adventure ever. And Blake says, we are moving the bookstore this week. Oh my God, no. I'm so sorry. What a time to do that. Just down the street to a new location, but not a great week to move, no doubt. I mean, I'm glad you don't have to go that far. That's a lot to travel with heavy boxes. Sina says, I'm looking at trying Pango for selling books. All right, well, please report back how that goes. Kat says, I'm trying Pango this year, but probably won't open my shop until the summer. We can talk about it because I got good information about it and instructions on how to easily set up a shop. Cool. Let me know the inside scoop. And seeing Kins is here. Hi, Kins. Kins says, I love your question, but I would rather never read a new release as they won't always be a new release. That's so true. Yeah, you can always just wait a year and you'd be able to read it. And Teresa says, we reached a warm 18 here today. Balmy. Well, I mean, compared to negative 18, it is. Kirsten says, that Catherine O'Hara news is devastating to me. She seems so young. I agree. She seemed timeless. And Swank says, I was so sad about Catherine O'Hara. Ken says, down here in Alabama, we were up to 50 degrees, but it's supposed to drop exponentially again this weekend. Well, stay safe. Stay warm. Jamie says, Crochet Mima, absolutely. We're 300 pages in and just about to start the good stuff. Yes, all the drama. And Anne says, so far it looks like Delaware is going to escape from the latest storm. That's good. I was told by one of my friends that lives in Boston that they're supposed to be getting like a northeasterly snow. So, but potentially could get missed, maybe. Williams is currently reading The God of Small Things by Andrade Roy, or sorry, Arundhati. There we go, Arundhati Roy. And Jamie says, I'm planning to watch Beetlejuice later tonight in honor of Catherine O'Hara. So sad. Oh, yeah, that was also a great movie that she was in. Yeah. Stina says, I don't like going out in the snow, but the state's snowpack is at a historic low, which is very, very bad on many levels. That makes sense. Yeah, global warming's a bitch. And Anne says, I fixed the refrigerator cinnamon rolls that I had as a kid, told my daughter that and she rolled her eyes. And Angela says, we have 15-foot piles of dirty snow piled up all around here. It blocks the neighbor's view. There was a guy from England who said that Americans love to hoard snow, and then he just like went to a parking lot where they had bulldozed it up into like a giant hill, and I thought that was funny. And Kat says, "Oh, Blake, moving a bookstore is a huge undertaking. Will the new shop be bigger than the current one?" Blake says, "I would probably not reread new, or I probably not read the new release because I never get to it when it's new anyway." Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, everybody. That was a great discussion. Glad to have so many people on tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and give you all your next question, and then I'll do another 45-minute sprint. So, your next question is going to be, do you enjoy books that look older with yellowed pages, or do you prefer crisp new copies? I got another bookish one tonight, and I'm going to get the 45 minutes up, and I'm going to wish you all happy reading. I'm going to dive back into A Sorceress Comes to Call, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 223 in A Sorceress Comes to Call, and then I picked up the Lost Continent again, and I made it to page 119 in that. Got a blanket put on myself as well because, gosh darn, I am cold. And before we left, I asked you all the question, do you enjoy books that look older with yellowed pages, or do you prefer crisp new copies? Let me see. Oh, I think I forgot to mark where I was last time. Good job, me. There we go. It was Blake. Blake says it's the same amount of space, but it's the difference between renting the space and owning the building. Yeah, it's always a big difference. And Kirsten says, well, I do enjoy a crisp new copy. And Anne says, we tell her things that we had or did at her age, and she just looks at us like we're crazy with those teenage expressions. It's so funny. Ron says, I have no preference as long as the pages are legible. That's fair. Heidi says, I get excited by large print books. It's so rare to get a sci-fi fantasy one from the library. When one does show up, it's like finding treasure. Anne says, I don't care. Stina says, I love both kinds, but there's something about the lignin that gets me. Yay, Vox. And Anne says, I bought a used book once and someone had written in for my wife, Christmas 1953. I wonder how that ended up in a used bookstore. Probably either they didn't end up really liking it or they read it and just didn't want to keep it. I believe my copy of Under the Dome by Stephen King, because I got that at a used bookstore, I think that one had a dedication in it, and it's signed like from Dad or something like that. Melissa says, I prefer new copies. Kat says, I prefer crisp new copies. However, I have plenty of books on my shelves with yellowed pages that I still need to read and will, hopefully. Melissa says, reading Eleanor of Avignon by Elizabeth Delosier today, by the way. Wonderful. You said, I have plenty of books that have yellowed pages that I still need to read. Swank says, I like both. And thanks for the sprint. See you next week. Bye, Swank. You take care. Stay warm out there. Jessica's here. Hi. Good to see you. She said, surprise. I haven't seen you in ages. I've been super busy these past months, hoping it will slow down towards the end of February, but who knows? Well, I hope it's a good kind of busy and not a bad kind of busy, but it's wonderful to see you, and I hope that you've been doing awesome. You said, currently reading The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. I have never read that. I hope it's as joyful as the movie was. And Rob says, I have old yellow spine DAWs, perfect old hardcovers with pristine white pages, and I love specialty press editions that are perfect. So my answer is yes. Halko's here. Hi, Halko. Halko says, hi, peeps. Reading The Har by David Sodergren. There we go. I think he's my new favorite horror author, and I enjoy older books, but they have to be intact. That's fair. I mean, I think most people who care about books don't want to get books that are beat up copies. You know, you want somebody to have taken care of them and you inherit a copy that was taken care of. I do enjoy a new copy of a book, but there's something special about, like, so for example, all my Bill Bryson books that I got were gifts from a family member, and she read them. And you can't see it in this light because the light is yellow itself, but the pages, like on the spine part, are yellowed, but the inside, it's almost like you can kind of see it. It's almost like a halo around the pages, where like around the outside it's more yellow and on the inside it's still white, but the printing looks great, and the way that it was printed is really high quality. So like that kind of thing doesn't bother me. What can be a little frustrating are the books where the pages have gone like that super solid yellow color. But I've also noticed with books like that the typeface always is like really bold, and it looks like the words are like smushed together, or like the letters are kind of run together, if you know what I'm talking about. I don't really like reading those editions as much because I just feel like they're harder on my eyes. But yeah, if there's just like some yellowing from age, because I mean, this book is, 30 years, no, more than that, 39 years old. something like that, I don't mind. That's fine. Kirsten says, still doing my news catch up. There's just too much going on for me to concentrate on my book. Maybe a little later I can get to my book. That's fine. Just be sure to take a break if the news gets to be too much. Don't go down a hole of doom scrolling. Karma says, made it to page 147. Awesome. Kelly's here. Hi, Kelly. Kelly says, made it to 42% in Not With the Band by Kelly Warner. It's a YA contemporary, a perfect palate cleanser. Awesome. And Mary says, prefer scentless. I'm okay with yellow if they don't smell. That is the opposite of what most people would say, because a lot of people say they love the smell of old books. So I like that you're different there, Mary. Said made it to 85%. And Tina says, I like both crisp copies and yellow pages. Kat says, I ate dinner, hot dogs cut up in chili. Ooh, I haven't had that. And read to page 139 of 305. Now eating a slice of apple pie. Girl, that sounds awesome. Melissa says, it read 22 pages and got to about 26%. Nice. And Halko says, hello to Kat. Kelly says, I prefer new. Jamie says, I have no preference for pages. I mostly read library books, so I get a good amount of both. Yeah, that's very true. Stina says, I love finding old books with gift dedications in them. And Angela says, I enjoy both kinds of pages. A lot of older books I inherited from my brother have older pages, and they're very special to me because I know he turned the pages. I'm still finding his bookmarks. That's so sweet, Angela. I know you loved your brother. Still love him. Kat says, hey, Halko. Tina says, I tidied up my room a bit and finished a chapter in my book. Awesome. Ron says, I finished the first short story in my current ebook, We Will Rise Again. It was good. And I switched to my current audiobook, American Serengeti by Dan Flores, while I ate my dinner. Hope you had a good dinner. Jamie says, not much reading that sprint. Talked to some friends, but did get a chapter read. Jessica says, it's just busy, LOL. Started a Ravelry store. Oh, dang, Ravelry. Yeah, cool. With my pattern for the Lillian blanket, hosting Mossverse, but that's one book a month. Secret vlogs, more in real life work. Well, that all sounds exciting, though. And planning on starting a second channel. Yeah, that will keep you super busy. But good for you. All sounds like good things. Hopefully in real life work is good, too. When I met with Kat yesterday, she told me, she's like, you seem happier, because I was telling her just about the way that work has been going. And it's like, you know what? I am generally happier. I think I understand that this year is going to be hectic and crazy, and there's going to be so much work to do, and there's going to be parts where I just absolutely want to rip my hair out. But there's also something about knowing that, like, I'm going to be able to handle it, and when I get through it, it's going to be, and I think it's going to be really worth it. And so I'm just trying to look at it as like, it's an opportunity. Yes, it's going to be stressful and parts of it are going to suck, but it'll be good. And Stina says, switched over to the Lion Women of Tehran, which is also due tomorrow, and discussed dinner ingredients with Brian, heading down now to supervise the seasoning. Makes it sound like he wants to like make it spicy or like put too much salt. And you're like, no, not too much. Eleanor says, as long as the pages don't disintegrate while reading, I'm good with yellow. Jessica says, and a partridge in a pear tree. Mary says, is the coffee cup ring intentional? Oh, yes, it is. That is actually part of the cover. You can see the reflective sheen, and it's on the back splatter as well. It's funny because when I first saw this cover, I also thought, like, did she set her coffee cup down on this? But no, it's printed like that. Angela says, that's the first thing I do when I open a book, old or new. Take a deep whiff of those beautiful pages and all the glue, too. Yummy. Oh, that's so funny. Very sweet. Well, thank you, everyone. That was really nice. And my next one is also a bookish question. I would say kind of in a similar vein, but going into a little bit of a different territory. That's going to be, do you enjoy pulp mass market paperbacks, like niche books, or more mainstream reads? Kind of like, do you read a lot of weird off the wall stuff that maybe a lot of people haven't heard of, or are you kind of like sticking with the bestsellers and the books that a lot of people have read that you have a reasonable assumption you're probably going to like because they've gotten so many good reviews, right? That's kind of where I'm going with that. So we'll see what you have to say. And Jessica says, if you want a great nonfiction rec, I recommend Vagabond by Tim Curry. Yeah, I somebody else was reading that in my stream, I think last week, and so I think that anything written by him would be great. And Anne says, we went to an estate yard sale once. I found 15 Franklin Library books, and they only asked for $25 for all 15. People don't know or want to know what something is worth. I completely agree with you. I also think the sad thing about like older collector's editions of books like Franklin Library books or Easton Press books is that unless you're somebody that really likes collecting books and you like that kind of like leather bound feel or you want signed editions, a lot of people just don't appreciate that kind of stuff anymore. And I've wondered, because obviously for something to have a certain value, you have to have a buyer who wants to purchase it at that price, right? I wonder if like collector's editions of books that are older, not talking about spray painted edge books, because that's like the new hit popular thing now. I mean like leather bound books, whether that's going to be something that 20 years down the line is going to have any value for anyone. I'm sure it will for someone. I just wonder like what population of people. Jessica says best nonfic of last year for me. I gotta put that on my radar then. So it's good. You said I like a mix of both. Oh, sorry. That's an answer to the question. I won't read that one until after we come back from sprint. So perfect segue. All right. Gonna put 45 minutes up on the clock, and I'm gonna wish you all very happy reading, and I'm gonna finish my chapter in the Lost Continent, and then I'm gonna get back to A Sorceress Comes to Call, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read another, it was about like, it was like 25 to 30 pages during that sprint. So overall, it was a really good sprint. In Sorceress Comes to Call, I made it to chapter 29 or page 250 or 47. Yeah, 247. Very, very nice. And before we left, I asked you all the question, do you enjoy pulp mass market paperbacks, niche books, or more mainstream reads? See what you all had to say. Jessica says, I like a mix of both. I reviewed a niche book and he used part of my review on the back cover. Oh, that's cool. And it's now number 6 in that genre on Amazon. That's super cool. I love that. Kelly says, oh no, I try so hard to make a choice with your questions, but I can't with this one. I read widely, not just with genre, but also with publication date and lots of indie. Very cool. Jamie says, I started Vagabond last week. It's very good. You were the one last week who was telling me about it. I remembered somebody was reading it. It was Jamie. Ron says, I actually have a little collection of old sci-fi fantasy mass market paperbacks that I sometimes buy just for the cover art, but the answer is both. And Kirsten says, probably mostly mainstream books because despite being an extremely eccentric weirdo, I am also somehow a basic bitch too. I'm a weirdo with a basic bitch aesthetic. And I love that for you, Kirsten. Anne says, I have all the Pulitzer Prize books and some of them are Franklin Library books. It makes me happy now. I think that's beautiful. That's so wonderful. Very cool collection. Kat says, this question is tough since I read a mix of both. Yes. Especially because you read paperbacks from hell, right? And so those are like so pulpy. Or is it trash paperbacks from hell? No. Is it just paperbacks from hell? I think I got that right. Jamie says, no preference. I like to read all kinds of books. Oh, I know what it was, Kat. I was thinking of Garb August. So those were two totally different things. And Ron says, all right, I have to go now. Good reading, everyone. Well, good to see you, Ron. Thanks for coming. Steen says, I'm actually the one who tends to like things a little spicier. I'm also more familiar with what all we have in the spice cabinet and where it is, but he beat me to it and did a fine job. Awesome. Good job on your hubby. Talkana says, I'd guess mainstream since most of my TBR is from a booktuber Rex. Never considered it before. Angela says, I like more mainstream books, but I read my brother's old mass market paperback of True Grit for June on the Range last year. Very cool experience. Stina says, I'm a genie girly, or genie. I mean, you could be a genie girly. I don't know. I'm a genre girly, but I read all sorts of books. I have a whole bunch of vintage paperbacks I've inherited from various places or bought myself back in the day, but I'll also spring for the fancy new things as well. And Rob says, new niche paperbacks. And Anne says, finished Wild Dark Shore by Charlotte McConaughey, 4 stars. Wonderful. Mary says, I've outgrown mainstream, so niche for me. I'm spending this year clearing out mass markets, booktube favorites, etc. And finished your book. Great job. Heidi says, niche for me all the way. Right now I'm enjoying the good weird books like Gormenghast, all of Philip K. Dick novels, Book of the New Sun, and Bass Lag. Yeah, you really intrigued me with the whole Gormenghast thing, Heidi. And Angela says, I shoveled the last bit of remaining snow from around my car and took a short ride during that last sprint. I had to make sure I could get to the hospital for my MRI tomorrow, second and hopefully last. I hope that for you too, Angela. And good job making sure that your car would start. The weather is rough on the batteries. And Anne says, so far I've read 5 books this month and 1,591 pages. That's awesome. I am happy because I have not felt well and the crazy weather a significant drop, but I am happy. Good for you, Anne. Kirsten says, pause news for Hoopla to max out my remaining picks for the month. Next sprint I'll try a chapter between Angela Y. Davis, Leon Wilds, Erica Chenoweth, and whoever else gets my 5 remaining picks. And Stina says, ate dinner and got to 5% in The Lion Woman of Tehran. And Kelly says, fed the animals, washed a load of dishes, and got to 75% in Thief of Swords. Cool. And Carmen says, made it to 76%. Everybody's either like finishing a book tonight or has made like great progress. It's awesome. Kat says, no reading that sprint. I texted back and forth with my friend Simon and worked on a couple of to-do list tasks. Good, you were still productive. Eleanor says, after reading Paperbacks from Hell, it reignited my interest in 80s and 90s paperbacks. There is a used bookstore nearby, and it's fun to look at the vintage horror covers. That's cool. Kat says, Carmen and Eleanor, hey, ladies. Melissa says, mainstream books. I have really big hands and just find it more comfortable. Got to about 33% in Eleanor of Avignon. Awesome. And Kat says, I discovered Clive Barker with one of those paperbacks. And Melissa says, also, the print is bigger in mainstream books. Yeah, that's true. Mass market paperbacks do have smaller font, especially really old ones. They have like the super tiny font. Carmen says, hi, Kat. Got my reads all lined up for Folklore February. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, if you want to participate, Kat is participating in Folklore February. Go check that out. Jamie says, changed the cat litter, started the dishes, and made more progress in Murder at the Vicarage. Only about 35% left. And Tina said, man, I am like struggling tonight. I'm sorry. 35 pages left. I don't know why my brain is inserting words that aren't there. At least I'm realizing that something's wrong and trying to fix it. Tina says, read one chapter. Awesome. Zach says, hi, sorry I'm late. I was at a Sense and Constanality book club live stream. Or books Sensing Constantly? Sensing Constantly. That's awesome. I mean, I'm happy for you that you went and did something cool and unique and different. It's okay that you were late. It's still good to see you, Zach. Kat says, woohoo, Carmen. Are you still reading The Big Over Easy with me? Carmen says, yep, Kat. Eleanor says, hey, Kat, I'm starting Brigands and Bread Knives. Cool. Yeah, I'm really interested in that Big Over Easy book, the one where it's like a Humpty Dumpty murder mystery that sounds like a lot of fun. Stina says, I'm trying to get my Folklore February, Mardi Gras, and Gothic Hearts read to align, or reads to align. See what I'm saying? Like my brain is, it's like I'm getting close on certain words and it's just not quite hitting it right, and I don't know why. Maybe I'm trying to read it too fast. Zach says, Sense and Sensibility. I don't know what autocorrect did. I thought it was going to be a play on that, and I think that's why I tried to like make it a little bit more that said constantly, and I was like, that doesn't rhyme with sensibility, but what do I know? And a Cat says, oh, Eleanor. Okay, Carmen, we need to coordinate our reading schedule. That sounds like a good time. Hope you all get that worked out. And now that we are down to the last two sprints of the evening, we're going to do 145 and 130-minute sprint. I'm going to ask one of my questions I ask every week, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It just needs to be interesting to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. I always like learning new things, even if it's related to something that I don't know what you're talking about. Because I love it when people learn things that bring them joy. That's my greatest joy, is like when people are interested in things. I told Keaton that like my favorite people are the people with passion. You know what I mean? It's like when you care about something and you want to tell other people about it. I think that's cool. Carmen gave the thumbs up to Kat, and Jamie says, pages and percent are close. Easy mistake. Except they're not the same number of letters, and the first vowel is completely wrong. So I don't know what's going on. Because I haven't had that problem while I've been reading tonight. Like, I'm not skipping words. It's just something about when I'm reading it here and saying it out loud that I'm not getting it. But anyway, you all know that I apparently struggle with that anyway. So just please be patient with me if I misread your message. But I got your question up on the clock, and I will go ahead and get another 45 minutes up. And it looks like we're actually going pretty quick on time tonight, so we might end up being like a little bit early. We probably, at the way that the time is right now. We'll probably not hit the 5 hour mark, but we'll still get in our 5 sprints. So that's the important thing, getting that time in. Let's see. And Zach says, I'm near the end of the Punning Paradox by Monica McCallan and Norma by Sophie Oxenen. I need to get through them so I can move on. That doesn't sound like you're having a great time. That sounds like you're like, please just let it be over. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it gets better. Alrighty. I will get the timer going here and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got a lot of progress made tonight in A Sorceress Comes to Call. I'm about 80% through the book, and I have made it to chapter 31 at page 264 of 321. So, yeah, I'm very, very close to the end. And before we left, I asked you all something. What is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Stina says, I learned that my great aunt Cora died of cancer, so my great uncle JD is off the hook. Or is he? I will continue to investigate. Were you assuming that he had murdered her? Melissa says, I am so sorry, Stina. Stina says, oh, this was 100 years ago. I never met either of them. Okay. Oh. Stina says their daughter, however, disappeared and was removed from all the family records as soon as he remarried. I have since located her. She died in 1936. Oh, wow. So it's kind of like he found a different family and just like forsook everything of his old life kind of thing. Or maybe the stepmother didn't like her. Rob says George Orwell fought for the Republican side, the Spanish government loyalists, against Francisco Franco's nationalist rebels during the Spanish Civil War. I also did not know that. Thank you, Rob. Melissa says, what I learned this week was that it is cheaper to replace a dishwasher than repair your dishwasher door. Yeah, it definitely depends on if you're hiring somebody to do it or doing it yourself, because hiring somebody to do it, most of the time it would be cheaper just to get a new one. Melissa says, that is interesting, Stina. Kirsten says, as someone who dreams of how great a walking bridge between my town and the West Village would be, I was fascinated to discover this week that in 1821, the Hudson River froze to the point that people were walking and even skating between New Jersey and Manhattan. That's something. That's crazy. That's a big cold too, for it to be solid like that. Melissa says, another that I learned that was interesting this week is that I found the census records for my grandparents. Oh, neat. That is really cool. Stan says that's cool. Jamie says, I learned that a Spanish scientist has cured pancreatic cancer in mice. The work targeted the genetic mechanisms that make pancreatic tumors so aggressive and resistant to treatment. Wow, that's crazy. That would be really amazing if they can get that to work in people. I hope so. Melissa says, that is fascinating. Anne says, going to start Human Acts by Han Kang. She is the South Korean author who won the Nobel Prize for Literature a couple of years ago. A portrait of political unrest and search for justice. Isn't that the one that Rob was talking about earlier that had like body horror or something about corpses? And says, yes, I love books that no one has ever heard of. He said, reading the introduction, it is about a political uprising in South Korea. Sounds familiar to hear. And Nicole says, exhausted and heading off to watch TV. Thanks for sprints. And got to give our good nights to... I'm pooping. That's funny. And Eleanor says, dinner is ready. Thank you for the sprints, Alex. Thank you for coming, Eleanor. It was good to see you. Mary says, I learned how to split screen on both my tablets. It's a game changer. That's awesome. Good job. Tex says, I learned that horse bridles have fidget toys on them so the horse can play with its tongue, and they've had those for hundreds of years. I wonder if it's like, if you're talking about the part in the middle where the loops are, because there's different kinds of bridles. Like there's the ones where it's just a solid bar. There's the ones that have the flexible piece that goes over the tongue. Kat says, I made it to 152 of 305 in my book. I folded and put away laundry plus updated my February workout calendar. Yay! I got a like really inexpensive resistant band set for like Pilates, and it came with like different exercises that you could do with it. So I tried that out today, and a lot of them were surprisingly hard. And Jamie says, I'm so close to finishing, only 10 pages left. Yes, you'll get it done in the last sprint. And Stina says JD's new wife had a daughter about the same age, and he became a clan organizer. Oh, so far it seems cousin Marguerite found a Nebraskan guy and got the hell out of Iowa. Well, good for her. Go Marguerite. And Tina says, I had dinner the sprint. Awesome. Melissa says, got to about 40% in Eleanor of Avignon. Hope to finish it tomorrow. Good. And Carmen says it made it to 92%. And Rob says, Alex, that's the book. I thought that's what you said. And Zach says, I also learned that the author Ambrose Bierce disappeared in Mexico during the Mexican-American War, and nobody knows what happened to him. Huh. And says, Rob, I guess I'm in for a lot of upset. I mean, yeah, if you're talking about an uprising, I imagine there's going to be a lot of death. Kat says, I learned that I cannot remember what I learned this week, and I forgot to write it down. Zach says, the video about the horse bridles is on Adam Savage's Tested channel. Oh, I like Adam Savage. He's fun. I learned that the Smithsonian, when it was originally created, did not have the intention of being a like multi-building museum that was across different parts of DC, that it was originally just one building, and it was arranged in like a hodgepodge fashion, so you could like walk around anywhere in the museum and you didn't know what it was that you were going to run into. And so like when they created actual separate parts, you know, like, oh, that's the natural history museum and that's the aviation museum, some people found it to be more dull, because instead of having that excitement of like, you're never going to guess what I found over here, it's like you turn a corner and you know what you're going to find. You know, if you're in the aviation museum, you're probably going to find another airplane or a rocket, right? So like Bill Bryson, for example, was saying that he thought that took kind of like the charm out of it. It was extremely well organized, but it just didn't, it like lacked the soul, in his opinion, which I find to be interesting because I've never been to any of the Smithsonian buildings, although that's one of my dreams. I really want to go. And Teresa says, I want to know how those mice got pancreatic cancer. They probably did something to like spark it, you know, like if you know what can cause certain types of cancers, that's how they test them in lab rats, as they just generate it faster, which is really sad. Melissa says, I would love to read more, but I have to head out for a birthday dinner with some friends of mine. Thanks for the sprint. So I hope you have a great time at the dinner. That sounds like fun. Rob says, and I thought it was a bit much. I did love the vegetarian. Melissa says, evening, everyone. Hope to see you next week. I do plan to be here next week. And Anne says, I learned that the pictures of slavery were removed from the Constitution Center in Philadelphia. Why? Why? That's crazy. And Kirsten says, I think the mice are bred to get diseases. Yes, they are. Unfortunately, their entire job is to die for the sake of science. It is really, it's a very cruel practice that we do. Like, honestly, like the advancement and march of science is an incredible thing. Like all the things that we were able to figure out and fix, you know, over time and make people's lives better, but it does come at a cost. And, you know, I'm not saying that like you have to feel terrible about like wanting to cure cancer. You know, I just think that it's good to always remember the sacrifices that happen in order to get those results, you know, even if it's the lives of teeny tiny animals. I think that's important to think about. Teresa says, that's what I'm saying. If they know, then tell us so we can stay away from that. And Zach says, I listened to, wait. Oh, I think you were saying you were also a big fan of the vegetarian. I think that's what it's saying. And Melissa says, because Trump wants that sort of thing sanitized, wants to whitewash history. Well, the crazy part about that is it's a very well-known part of our history. So removing it doesn't really make sense because we all know about it. So it's like, what would be the point? That's the way that I view it. I guess other people wouldn't think that. And says, I'm trying to figure out how to say this nicely. We have a government who wants to whitewash history. Yeah, you and Melissa said the same thing. That's true. Oh, Zach says, I wasn't a big fan of The Vegetarian. Got it. I haven't read that one either, although I am familiar with it. And yes, I do agree with the sentiments that Melissa and Ann said. That is deeply unfortunate. All right. Well, I'm going to get us into the last sprint of the evening. I will give you all a choice in this case, though, because I always do a 30-minute sprint to, end the evening, but we are also on track to end early tonight. So we can either do the 30-minute one and end it at 4.5 hours, or I can do another 45 and we can end closer to the 5-hour mark. I will let you all make that determination. I'm fine either way. While you decide that, I'm going to also ask you my question I ask every week, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, it could be small, it could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after the sprint last Friday. It's just important to remember that there are things that you should be proud of. Let's see. And then Talcana says, do we all know? Don't think my son's covered that in school, looking at the next generations. Yeah, I guess, it would depend on age, right? Like I don't know exactly what age they start teaching about slavery in school. I feel like it was probably around middle school for me. So I don't know. I have a friend who's a teacher. I should ask her about that. Kirsten says, seeing the picture of those things being removed reminds me of scenes from The Handmaid's Tale. A lot of things remind me of The Handmaid's Tale. You know what, Rob? Just for you, buddy, I'm going to do 39 minutes. Just for you. All right. Let me fix the timer here. 39 minutes for Mr. Rob. All right, and Jamie says, yes, the administration had them removed. Well, that's just terrible. You know what? It's fucking terrible. It's my channel. I can curse if I want to. And Anne says, I'm trying to be polite. Well, I do appreciate that, Anne. I don't have to be. But I appreciate it when you all are polite. Thank you. I do strive to be that way in my life as well. Certain things, though, that are just, I feel like I think the people here, hanging out here, can collectively agree that that's messed up. I don't imagine people who hang out with me every single week probably have that strong of worldviews that are different from mine. I suppose it could happen, but I'd be a little bit surprised. Talcana says, I still have 60 pages, so I'm good with 45. Rob's excited about the 39. He's happy to be acknowledged because he's always throwing out his weird numbers. Jamie says, the city of Philly is fighting it, though, as they should. Good for them. Like the fighting that's going on right now in Minnesota has been really important because the government's finally recanting and retracting all of those horrible things that they said about Alex Preddy, and admitting that that was a lie. And, I'm really hoping that the infighting ensues. Infighting is already happening among the Republican Party, but let it be worse because, when innocent people who are just holding a cell phone get executed publicly in the street, I think it's time for people to, just be done. and they did. They marched, they protested peacefully. Thousands of people came out and it worked. They did it. And I do think something good will come from that. So, I'm proud of the people in Minnesota. Zach says, I remember in high school was the first time I was told that the Civil War was about states' rights, not slavery. I thought that was very strange back then, but I didn't know it was whitewashing history yet. Anne says, I just heard the ICE is going to Ohio next. They're everywhere, Anne. Honestly, like they're already everywhere. It's kind of just a matter of whether they're there in mass, like what volume. But they're probably already there. Oh, well, I guess that's my mini That's my mini political rant tonight. Are you don't you all feel joy now? Sorry. I'll make it more lively and more I'll try to make it more positive now. Look at Francis. Look at Francis with his bread. Not everything in the world is terrible. It just feels like it right now, but not everything is bad. And that's why I want you to think about something that you accomplished over the last week because that's important too. Jamie says, I lived in Minneapolis for 5 years. The administration has no idea who they're dealing with. And good for the people of Minneapolis. It's freaking cold out there, too, and they still came out like freaking negative 20 degrees. Those are some badass people and their ski goggles. Alrighty, everybody. I got 39 minutes up on the clock. Wish you all the best for those of you who might finish your book tonight and a peaceful wind down for the rest of you who will not. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the last sprint of the evening. Let me know how you did. I spent most of that sprint just kind of taking a break, but I did make it to page 272 in A Sorceress Comes to Call. So I think I very well am going to end up finishing this weekend, which is awesome. And then I'll continue on in The Lost Continent, and I'm not sure what book I'll read immediately after, because I think I still have plenty of time to get into Dark Sisters since we're meeting for that at the end of February. So I'm gonna look at my little shelf here and see what my next pick is. I'm gonna go based off of mood. Before we left, I asked you all the question: what's something you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Anne's comment before we left was, I heard that they were at a mall here in Delaware. They're everywhere. Jamie says, Francis and his bread is adorable, isn't he? He's really grown on me. I love him. Mary says, thanks for Sprints and company. She's probably gone now, but it was really nice to see Mary. Kirsten says, I just got to dance it out for tonight. There you go. Dancing always helps. Kat says, I accomplished getting my extra shelves put on my bookcases in the living room and got them more organized. Plus, I cleared out a bookcase of books at my dad's house. Yes, that is awesome. Great job, Kat. Jamie says, yay, I finished The Murder at the Vicarage. Whoop whoop. Hopefully you ended up liking it. Kirsten says, I got my hoopla all loaded up with great reads, and then my favorite 90s bar band out of Minneapolis started playing live to raise money for Minnesota. So reading is just not meant to be tonight for me. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. That's awesome. And Rob says, Black Tongue Thief 39 to 64%. You did a lot tonight, Rob. That's great. Huge progress. And said, I am awaiting Jimmy Kimmel's monologue tonight. I don't watch any late night show hosts or anything like that. The only people who like I catch occasionally, like very occasionally, I'll watch Colbert. I do enjoy Jon Stewart, although I liked his like older stuff more than today. When he was doing his podcast, that was really good. I listened to his podcast a lot, but then he had that falling out with Apple, which was unfortunate. Carmen says, heading off. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Good night, everyone, and have a great weekend. Thank you for coming, Carmen, and you have a great weekend as well. And Kat says, yay, Jamie. Tokana says, made it to the bonus chapter. Good job. Zach says, got to page 411 out of 433 in the Pining Paradox. Or you are probably going to end up finishing that tonight. So great job. Stina says, I finally remembered to order ink refills for my zebra pens. Cool. My positive accomplishment for this week is that I just managed to maintain, for the most part, a positive outlook. I mean, there were times, like, because I actually just asked Keaton, I was like, do you feel like I was pretty positive this week? He's like, yeah, you had some stressors, but you recovered after, and I feel good about that. So that was my accomplishment. JB says, I finished my book and then switched to cross stitch. Awesome. Tina says, I read half of a long chapter. Thank you for sprints. Have a good weekend, everyone. You too, Tina. Jamie says, awesome, Robert. Such a great book. And Stina says, I wonder what will happen to Colbert's book club after his show ends. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to end up doing. Here's the thing. Colbert will continue to make money. Like, he'll find, some place to be. The people I really worry about are his staff. It's just so unfair. Zach says, 433 is way too long for a romance. LOL, I swear I checked before I started. I thought it was under 300. Oh, no. And Kat says, I finished planning my week and wrote out my to-do list for Saturday. Good. Sia says, got to 28% and I'm starting to worry. Rob says, Capybara, thank you for sprints. Thank you for coming, Rob. It was good to see you. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, friends. Happy weekend to you, Kat. Thank you. Giving love to Jamie from Rob. All right, everybody, I am absolutely tuckered out, so I will bid you all adieu. Drink some water. We didn't have Christina on tonight to remind us to hydrate, so I've been really trying. Drink some water if you haven't. And Stina says, thanks for sprints and chat. Have a great week, everybody. You too. And Jamie says, thanks for sprints, and thank you, Jamie. Tokana says, thanks for sprints. Thank you. And with that, good night, everyone. Oh, and Kirsten, too. Good night, Kirsten. And to Sir Francis as well. Bye, everyone.